All right, guys, so I'm gonna have the sound fixed on the other camera. I just threw this on so you guys can see what's going on as we get there. We weren't expecting, obviously, to have a story today this close, and we gunned it out as soon as we heard. So right now I'm shooting on my phone. You guys can see the smoke over here right ahead of us, and I'm told that the suspect um, is still at large. Last I heard, I have a lot of friends that are actually on the way down to the scene from various parts of the state and out of state, and it looks, you guys can see right ahead of us, a plume of smoke, and we're still about a few minutes out from the scene. I was able to see the smoke when we first went live about 20 minutes ago, and that's why I went live, but the sound, and we have to park up for the signal to go on the big camera. And it looks like the fire is now at the neighbor's house too. The fire has hit the neighbor's home. So it is now two homes on fire. It is the suspects who opened fire at police. I am not sure what the circumstances are, striking at least two police officers here in Delaware County, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. We're about maybe 5-10 minutes out of the Philadelphia city limits. And the two officers are currently at Penn Presby Hospital. I'm not sure on any additional injuries. I do know that there is a second home on fire now, and that is the neighbor's home. And we just passed by two CID detectives. Those are county detectives that are out here assisting. And I know that there's federal, local, and state law enforcement out here. The state police made their notifications, so it's a very active scene. And it'll be interesting to find out what went down, what triggered this gun battle, why did the individual open fire. We're going to find out, obviously, in the coming hours when they hold a news conference. I'm in constant contact with the Upper Darby Police Department. It's one of the finest police departments in Delaware County. You guys can see the smoke. It's literally pluming up from straight ahead. We're going to try to go as... all right, so we're not going to get... Why don't we... let me find out what the closest is. I don't think can we fit up there? We're 2 blocks away. I'd go around the block. All right, so we're gonna go around this way. What I'll do is I'll hop out, go closer up. Obviously, if we can get a better, so you guys can see coming, we're on the block over, and you can see the plume. I got this. Are they leaving? Block over. You're not gonna get past this. That's why they were leaving. I'm gonna try. You're not getting. Don't. Right there behind that Beamer's leaving. Take that. If you want to start setting the truck, let's. I got you. And you guys can see there's additional medics that are trying to grab a jacket over here. It's a little bit, it looks like the spring, it's obviously not. You guys can see definitely a very fluid scene out here in Delaware County, and it's rush hour. So people are coming home from work and they're running into quite the, they're right behind them. Here, you want to grab this guy and I'll do that. You want to grab this, I'll do that. All right, guys. So again, we're here in Upper Darby, in Delaware County. It's about 10 to 15 minutes from the city line, but you guys can see right over there. Um, there's a plume of smoke still coming out. We're trying to get the other gear up, but that's about a block away. So while Hong works on that, we'll make sure that we have this covered. And this happened rather rapidly. Just a couple hours ago, I was on the road and I only had enough time to tweet about 5 words saying that there's an active shooter here in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, who had shot 2 police officers, sending them to Pennsbury Hospital. We don't know their condition. We don't know the circumstances leading up to it. What we do know is that police were on location for some reason when a gunman opened fire from the home over there where you see smoke coming. We don't know what ignited the fire. The fire happened after the shooting. So the man opened fire on police, and rather rapidly, it was a quick turn of events. It went from shooting to then smoke to then a fully engulfed fire to now a rather rapidly growing fire that is affecting neighboring structures, at least one neighboring structure right outside. And there should be a press conference, I would imagine. The way they usually do it for this is they'll come out and speak to us at the tape. Thank you, Breezy. But you can see the blue sky mixing with, and that's you can see that smoke from 95, the highway. According to, I mean, people are tweeting photos of the smoke, and on the way here we saw the smoke. That's when we went live. momentarily we tried to get a connection so we can show you guys, and we were still about 15 minutes out when we saw the smoke. And I'm seeing that the story is making its rounds. It just went on CNN, Fox, MSNBC, ABC, so it's making its rounds, and it's a rather recent incident. It usually takes the networks out of New York about an hour to catch on and get the information they need to go with it. But you guys can see the outline of the smoke over there. What we'll try to do is go around to the other block. Let's see if there's anything on the other block. And thank you guys for the super chats. If I missed some of you, I'm sure I did. I appreciate it. We're gonna go to the block next over and see if there's anything down over there that's a better angle. One sec. Let's go on the other side. People are breathing rather heavily. They might have just came from that affected block. You guys can see neighbors. Look at that. So right across. Yeah, so let's. We're over here. Thank you. Yeah, guys. So again, we're in Delaware County. It's about 10 minutes out of Philadelphia. And last time we were on the ground out here, it's been, you guys can see the neighborhood. It's coming together. So you guys can see the helicopter getting lost in the smoke. Let's see. Let's go a little bit further. But they seem to have a pretty tight perimeter. I'm not sure if the suspect has been apprehended, or if he died. I'm not sure. The last I heard was that they were trying to make entry, but that was a good 30 minutes ago, and I haven't had a chance to double check with any updates. I think Hong is over there texting our law enforcement sources from this county, and you guys can see that. So yeah, it's definitely a home right in the center. So let's go. Now, what'll be interesting is if they search the home and the man is not there, that will obviously become a manhunt that will stay on until the end. If the individual who fired shots at police was not captured, and you guys can see that the smoke coming out. If they did not capture him, we'll be back out for the remainder, obviously, until they do. Like I said earlier on Twitter, a lot of law enforcement sources that were part of the Cavalcante manhunt are actually on their way down, including aerial support in the event the individual leaves the home, I'm assuming. But they are on their way. You guys can see. Go back up. So for those of you that are just joining us, there was a gun battle a couple of hours ago where an individual allegedly opened fire on officers of the Upper Darby Township Police Department in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. From there, the injured officers were taken to a hospital, and the home caught fire. I'm not sure what the circumstances to the fire are, but that was the sequence of events. It was the individual shooting at the officers, and then a fire broke out at the home. The individual is believed to be in the home. They don't know if go up on the porch. I don't know. But we're going to go around and see if there's any media updates on this side, where the local news set up. And in the small counties outside of Philadelphia, it's not an everyday occurrence where police are shot at. In the counties, it's what crimes you can commit. These counties are very tight knit, and what is it? You can see the response of a massive law enforcement presence. Everybody from EMS to fire. Obviously, they need the fire department now that the house is up in flames. But this all happened rather quickly. It unfolded rather quickly. And typically at situations like this, it has much to do with a warrant that might have been served. We just don't know what led to the police response that led to the ambush, attempted ambush of police officers here in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Yeah, there's a few choppers here. One of them got lost in the smoke back there. You can't see it. You guys can see the sky. It's a beautiful blue. And then you have that orange plume mixing in. And obviously concerned neighbors and residents. You can just tell that this doesn't really happen. You might have your fair share of crime, but ambushing the police is not something that happens rather often here in Delaware County. I can name a few times off the top of my head, and I think it's all the times that they were shot at, and every single time it led to a rather rapid and large police response, one of them being Officer Dorman, who was ambushed in Fallcroft while doing his job. He was actually shot at twice on the line of duty. He's like RoboCop. The guy survived an ambush. They came in Boston Marathon style manhunt, going door to door looking for this guy, searching. So if the individual that shot at these police officers is not captured, or if they don't find him dead in that home, you're going to see one of the most wild police responses that you can imagine. It's the suburbs take stuff to an entire new level. They'll bring in the cavalry to catch somebody, and I can assure you that when somebody opens fire like this in almost a war style ambush, it's going to warrant the full response. Just making sure we're not missing. So again, it's been a couple of hours, maybe 2, since the original call came in. we're a good drive. Somebody asked how far we are from Conshohocken. We're a good 40 minutes. So this is Delaware County, and then is the next county up would be Chester County if you continue up Westchester Pike. So it's a little bit of a drive. Yeah, we're nowhere near Conshohocken. We're very close to West Philadelphia, I believe. Rather close to West Philadelphia. Oh yeah, anybody that wants to use this stream that is a streamer or a content creator or anything but a traditional newsroom, obviously feel free to use the content. If you're a newsroom, go ahead and follow the proper procedure to license. But any streamer, any content creator is able to use the stream and air it on their channel as always. Let everybody know.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of smoke, but it's not one of those, like, it's not like clusters going up into the sky. So I don't really smell smoke. You know what I mean? And it is, but again, it's just a surreal situation because you have this massive emergency response in this neighborhood, and not only are they battling this fire and fire, it's not penetrating in that house, and then just the whole scene of this police presence with their weapons drawn.
So the smoke calmed down a lot, you guys can see, compared to earlier. It calmed down a little bit and it got a lot quieter
Something as a domestic, that's what I'm hearing.
on the scene.
My neighbor, her daughter was just loaded little girl. Alright, so we are at the scene here. The 11-year-old two cops.
Yeah, so we don't know if the shooter remained in the house or if he made a run for it. If they don't, I don't want to show neighbors.
Down here, there's a yard, you can walk in the back, and you can actually see like the top part of the house.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Yep.
So we'll head up this way, guys, and go back to that back.
He's got a little black car in the driveway.
All right, cool. Thank you. So we're gonna go and get a better vantage point. Apparently you guys can see the home, and that way, wait, we don't want to show locals, but let's sneak through. Kids. Never want to show kids. So let's head up this way. So. And of course, if there are any locals that are watching, as always, feel free to send a DM to one of the mods. They're interviewing somebody. I don't want to get in the middle of that. But you guys can see the plume is still coming. Somebody says they were responding to a call, and that's coming from a comment on YouTube, guys. So I'm waiting. I'm sure I have updates, but I can't switch screens right now. So we're going to stay on this. And thank you, Stephanie. So local news that's here right now is Channel 6 WPVI Philadelphia, and Fox 29 is interviewing a child over in the driveway here. But I'm gonna wait for them to finish before we get a better shot of the location. So those are the two networks that I saw here right now, and you guys can see. Look at the helicopter trying to. Yeah.
Check me out. I'm on YouTube too.
Oh, are you?
It's a little poems. Yep. I'll follow you. Follow me. What's yours?
Nick the Hat.
Nick the Hat.
Yeah.
Too. Right here.
Sounds good. I'll follow you.
Follow me and I'm following
I will. Thank you. Philly Celeb Films. Shout out to our locals. So he's a local. If you guys want to hop on that, again, we are on the scene here where officers were shot at in an ambush style shooting just over this garage at a home on that block. Now let's try to sneak across and get as close to that side. I mean, as long as we stay outside of the tape, we're fine. Situations like this, which is cool that they set it up so we know where the actual perimeter is. So a lot of this is kind of fair game. If this was opened up a little, it'd be a nice little cut. But let's see.
I think Malofo, that's me.
You guys can see everybody is coming out to see what's going on. And what a way to start hump day. We definitely weren't, and that's the thing about this is, like we've been saying since the end of Danilo, we can't really predict when we'll be on the ground. It's kind of a go with the flow sort of industry, you know? And here we are, where an individual just shot at two police officers. We don't know if the individual survived. We don't know if the individual fled before the fire. I do know that they have called for aerial units, which the units that they called for, guys, it's not your normal aerial teams. They're calling for the same teams that flew in for Danilo, which is wild. When I got told that from a few people that are coming down, they have reason to obviously believe that there's a chance where the suspect could have made it out of the inferno. And for them to be flying down here, that means that they're not leaving anything, no stone unturned in this. They're not going to assume that he was in the home only to find out he wasn't. They're being very proactive rather than reactive in the event it turns into a manhunt. And again, as of right now, guys, it's very possible that it could become a manhunt if this guy dipped and left. But let's hope that it's not. Let's hope that he gets captured or that he's found dead at the home rather than be on the loose. I know we all want a manhunt, but we don't want anybody to get hurt. That's the most important thing. We might want a manhunt, but if it's a manhunt where nobody gets hurt, let's go. We're ready. But manhunts always come with the potential for additional people to get hurt, especially when you have a man that's going around shooting at the police. That's a very serious crime. You don't shoot at a police officer at all. You know, it's just not something you do, because if you do that, obviously you have no boundaries unless the guy only hates, here come additional fire departments, unless the guy only hates police, which is usually the case, but in this situation we just don't know yet. So if the guy goes out on a manhunt, I'm gonna make sure we're wearing our YouTube hoodie so that way he doesn't mistake us for one of these guys. And you guys can see that aerial unit, or I think that's a news chopper, honestly, right above us. So the aerial assets that I tweeted about, they're not here yet. They're going to be here by when it gets dark, which is good for them because their equipment only works well in the dark. It works during the day, but it doesn't do its job of what it could do. So they will, within the next, I would say 30-40 minutes, tell us if that individual is deceased. If he's not deceased, then that's going to indicate that they're in place go into effect. They might have a curfew. They're going to do everything they can to capture the man. So let's hope that he's in the residence. You've got Pico behind us. That's Pico's the power company. So they just showed up. And this is from East Lansdowne. So you have the East Lansdowne Fire Department. You have the Yaden Fire Company. It's a countywide effort. I know they sent out a countywide assist, it's called. It was temporary to get as many boots on the ground here on the scene, whether it be law enforcement, first responders, that includes EMS and fire departments. But we want to make sure that we keep the privacy of the residents, obviously, up there. We don't want to show any residents unless they go right in front of the stream, obviously, but let's see. And of course, Hung has a party going on. But let's check out this and see if there is a better vantage point. So right now, it looks like this is the best road to try to get an angle of sorts. I'm sure that if they are to hold the press conference, it's going to be here. it was a couple of hours ago. Let me grab the other phone so that way I can check for any updates. But it's been a couple of hours since police descended on this neighborhood after somebody shot at them. Can you grab your phone real quick? Text for update.
There's 2 pictures.
Wait, why is this guy so short? And it's so cold.
Alright guys, I'm asking for updates right now. And it was at 4 o'clock when notifications went out for aerial units to come from out of state. At 3:50 p.m., which was 2 hours, or a little bit under 2 hours ago, both officers were removed by police and taken to the hospital, which is when smoke started coming from the home. So it'll be interesting to see. We should be hearing soon, as obviously it's of immense public safety, knowing if an individual who just opened fire on the police is dead, alive, captured, or at large. So I'm sure we're going to hear about it. Everybody that's just joining us, a few hours ago, an individual opened fire on police here in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, rather close to the border of Philadelphia. After he opened fire on the police, the officers were extracted and taken to a hospital, and the shooter was said to be in the home where smoke and fire erupted. I'm not sure how he's going to make it out. There's a... I can ask him. You want me to see if the Pico guy's up there for you?
I can ask him. Were you able to go over and see that?
Yeah, thank you.
I figured it was a good shot.
Yeah.
I got a couple nice pictures over there. I had to put my zoom, like, extended zoom on them. Like, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's a hard angle.
Yeah, but I mean, if you angle the camera upright, you can actually see enough of the top of this house, what's left of it.
Yeah. Any word on if the guy was in there yet? They don't know yet?
I have no clue. I'm assuming from what I can pretty much gather, he probably shot himself in there.
That
What
would
do we
make
actually
sense.
know? I'm curious. I live on Lewis. What do we know? Was there a shooting at the fire?
It wasn't. They shot an 11-year-old boy. But what else happened after that, we don't know. Yeah, 2 of them. Are you with me? No. I was gonna say, I want to kill that.
Gave it to us as a little
that
gift
shot.
during the Cavalcante manhunt.
Huh?
They gave it to us during the Cavalcante.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. You work for one of the stations?
No, freelance.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I just like taking different pictures, so I went out and bought a $1,000 camera.
Yeah, you should download Stringer.
Stringer?
Yeah,
What's that?
every network, whenever they need content from stuff like this, like right now they might buy, you go on Stringer, you
I only have
upload it.
pictures. I didn't take
They
any
don't care.
videos. Oh, really?
Yeah, Stringer, and they'll give you $40 per image.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it goes on like Philly.com,
Really?
NBC 10, yeah.
Nice. I don't have to.
Yeah, it's just no E at the end, just STRINGR, Stringer.
I'll do that right now as we speak.
Yeah, it's definitely a good
I'll
app,
forget about it.
because they'll need...
Come on. STRINGR?
Yeah, just R, added. No.
Stringer. Oh, no, not M. This one?
Yeah,
Or video?
either or. Let's see which one. Click it and let me see the logo. Let's try the second one, or that one. That one. Yeah.
Well, that's video. So those video and imaging.
Yeah. It's a good way to make money from stuff like this.
I do Uber. I also drive for Amazon, and I'm trying to start my own business. I have my own beef jerky company.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So trying to get some more. Like I created my own logo and everything. The logo came out really good. I was surprised when I actually got it done. I'm like, wow. Here's my flavor panel.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I like beef jerky. So you make it yourself?
Yeah. I make all my own marinades, everything.
You guys hear that? Any beef jerky lovers?
You from the area?
Yeah, Marple.
Nice. Yeah, see, that's just a logo alone.
Oh, that's nice.
But I want to see how there's a little shadow effect of white. I want to get it a little bit more brighter so it stands out a little bit more with the white. But I got annoyed with it. I'm like, I'm not messing with it anymore right now. I'm like, I'll deal with it later.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I do TikTok too. I mean, I do all the TikTok battles.
I'll get your cell number before I go, but we'll get it from Hong so they don't hear it on the live. Yeah, Hong's my buddy over there. Are you leaving? You're not leaving yet, right?
No.
All right, I'll be here.
Probably not. Probably next 10, 15 minutes.
All right. Sounds good. But definitely, before you leave, let me know.
Definitely.
All right, guys. So, again, we're here. There are no updates right now. What we do know is that police responded to this home for reports of an 11-year-old that was shot. When they arrived, the individual opened fire on police, striking 2 officers here in Delaware County. The officers were then taken to Penn's Presby Hospital in Philadelphia. Their condition is unknown at this time. I'm trying to get that better angle for you guys over here, but I didn't want to get in the way of an interview. If you want it to be safe, you could just park it by my truck because my guys are over there.
Cool.
Yeah, no problem.
I couldn't get close, so I ran to
parking.
I parked.
Yeah, it's over here. Hong, he's gonna put his bike over here. Just make sure the reporters phone they can get there. They don't take his bike. So again, looks like we're going to be here for quite some time. They should be hosting a news conference once they have an update for us. Right now they just don't. And you can see that helicopter is still right above the plume that died down a lot. When we got here, you were able to see that plume all the way up to that helicopter. But now it went down rather. Let's see if this opened up.
You had to walk this way?
Down the block of
So they let you go through it?
No, it's all block. So walk through it. Yeah.
I still haven't seen, well, I guess they're not gonna, yeah, they'll bring a coroner, I would imagine, if he's dead, even though he might be ashes. I don't know. That's a good question. What do you guys think? Yeah, the coroner should show up if he's dead. And here is the smoke. It's no longer purple. It's no longer orange. It's a black color, and you guys can see the helicopter kind of in. Oh, yikes. And you guys can see that helicopter coming out of the smoke. That's a pretty surreal shot.
Yeah, and the kid that, I don't know, I think that's the kid that be playing with my little nephews. That one got shot in there.
I hear a saw. So maybe they're making entry? Let's see if I can get a better angle without any neighbors. So for Cliff Notes, if you guys go on my Twitter, I put up a little that nothing has changed in the past 2 hours. What we do know is that they haven't made entry into the home yet, and if they don't find him or his remains, it'll turn into a manhunt. That we do know. They're venting the building. Okay, thank you guys. So I know a lot of these officers out here in Delaware County. That's where my roots are. So a lot of these guys are and girls are my friends. I'm trying to obviously make sure everybody's okay. I don't know the two officers that were shot at. I do know their names. I don't know them or their condition right now. The information is very limited. Um, but the aerial units from New York, they should be here within the next 30, 40 minutes, depending on traffic. I'm sure they're not going to get caught up in too much traffic. They have lights and sirens, so they'll be able to get here a lot quicker. They told me their ETA was about an hour and 20 minutes, and that was when they were leaving New York. So it's a 2 hour drive for the regular civilians like us. But obviously, for law enforcement, they can get here in an hour and 20 minutes, 80 minutes instead of a full 2 hours. But we have aerial teams on their way. And the fact that they're bringing this aerial team, it makes you wonder if they are just being proactive or if they have reason to believe that this individual could have made his way out. Anything is possible. So we have no updates on how the home caught fire. What we do know is that after the officers were shot, smoke came from the building and engulfed it in fire. From there, it affected the neighbor's home, who also had to deal with obviously the madness of their house is. We're hearing from locals, just trying to eavesdrop a little. it did get quiet. Let's go back to the initial perimeter over here. So I'm hearing there's a news conference that's going to happen at the hospital. We'll stay here and we'll watch the conference. In the event they announce that he is not at the home, we'll wait it out over here. Obviously, if they confirm that he's been killed, they might lift the perimeter a little bit and we can get a closer shot of the damage. All right, so I have an update. House is burnt down. Nothing on other victims. Cops are stable at Penn Presby. That's a tongue twister. Again, so the house burned down. Nothing on other victims. Cops are stable at Penn Presby. I'm going to ask suspect question mark, and let's see if they have an update on that. And you guys can see the tactical guys. No, I don't know about the suspect. I asked if they have the suspect. The only thing I was just told is house is burnt down. Nothing on other victims. Cops are stable at Penn Presby. So it looks like they have no updates on anything since we spoke. Let's see. Oh wow, look at this, guys. How low is this? If anybody has flight radar, it's got to be 500 feet. Is the helicopter 500 maybe? Or lower? That looks like 500 and I'm going off. If it is 500, I'm going to become a spotter because I should know how low it is. So there's a helicopter rather low. If anybody wants to pull up and see how low it is, I'm thinking 500 feet. Somebody says maybe 300 feet. Thanks, Breezy. So compared to the other helicopter, look at that. You guys can see that one is much. Yeah, that's what I would say, Philly Angel, about 400 to 500. And they are having a press conference at the hospital. We're not going to go to the press conference. You guys can obviously tap into that. I think that's Mr. O'Connell. A 1,000 feet. Oh wow, that looked a lot lower. Okay. Somebody said the helicopter, one of them's at 1,000, one of them's at 1,100. Well, now that makes sense. I mean, if that's, it looks like he went up quite a bit. So we don't know if the shooter was captured or not. We don't have that information yet. That's something they might say at the press conference. There's no way that's 1,000 feet. That's the Philadelphia police, it looks like, but that can't be 1,000 feet. If it is, that's wild. But you guys can see the difference compared to the other choppers. So if that's 1,000 feet, that's, I need better glasses. And you guys can see the whole area is lit up, and we are in like a little middle point. Let me get out of the way for this officer to drive by. So the house is literally, if I was to go straight across here, that's where the house is. But they have a pretty tight and good perimeter here. Every side street leading up is closed, and obviously in situations like this, we're not gonna, there's no need to get any closer than what is safe. We don't know what this guy is capable. I mean, we know what he's capable of. He opened fire on 2 police officers, and apparently a child was wounded. That's what the preliminary information is. It's not confirmed. What is confirmed is that he shot 2 police officers, sending them to Penn Presby Hospital. Thank you, Dina. So there are 6 ABCs at the press conference, if you guys want to watch that and feed some information over. Somebody just said, per the DA, unknown info about the shooter. They don't know if there was a child, and they don't know if that was a ploy to bring the police to the home. Somebody just said that in a comment, so I'm not sure if the presser is off the ground. If it is, okay, great. So the district attorney, who is Jack Stolzheimer, he announced that they don't know if it was a ploy calling the police to come here for an 11-year-old child. And that came from Jack Stolzheimer, Delaware County District Attorney, who said officers were responding. I wish I can. Okay, yeah, so District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said officers were responding to a report of an 11-year-old shot, but at this point it's not clear if a child was actually shot. If the suspect is in the home, he would need a fire bunker to survive that. it was, you guys saw the plume of smoke. It was an inferno. So, yeah, there's that low helicopter.
Somebody let me do video, not photos.
No?
No, it's not giving me anything for photos. Uploads, it brings up all my videos. When it does, upload video.
Did they just
No other. Weird.
test it out? If you hold your phone sideways, take 2 30-second clips as B-roll and throw it up there.
Yeah. I was looking to see if there was one for actual photos. Stringer video. She says Stringer Sports, which I don't really think that's Ionic Video. Pigeon Forge Pocket, whatever the hell that is. Stringer Loaded.
Huh. They must have changed it. That's weird.
I could always
Put the photos in a slideshow, upload it.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I got like 30 to 40. My camera died on this. I gotta buy another battery.
Yeah.
It's been just sitting, and like when I do Uber, I don't like to have my camera going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I gotta set up my dash cam in my car.
That's pain.
I just don't feel like we're on the damn wire. That's
So at the press conference, they said that they don't know if it was a ploy for the 11-year-old to get the police there. So they don't know. They haven't found any 11-year-old.
Really?
Yeah, they're doing the press conference now. That's what Stolzheimer just said. So it might have been a ploy to get the police to respond and then open fire.
What are you on YouTube now?
Yeah.
Do that on TikTok. You get tons of videos of that on TikTok.
Yeah.
Probably a ton of people following too. I was thinking about doing it, but see, I'll put my TikTok up and see if anybody comes in.
Yeah, sure. No, you're cool.
I didn't.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. You too. So guys, if they don't capture this guy, it's going to become a manhunt. Have they said anything about, at the press conference, about the suspect? Or are they still working to find out if he's in the home? If they still don't... Okay. So if they don't find the suspect in the home, it looks like we'll be on another manhunt looking for him. We don't know if the suspect is in the home or not. They haven't said anything about that. But if he wasn't, I would assume there would be a larger tactical presence, unless we're just a little bit in the outskirts. But realistically, we're really not. If you go to where that fire truck is with the spotlights and you make a left, it's like 4 houses up. And I'm just trying to see if we can get the other camera going while we wait for you guys. It's so weird. Is it? grab this for a sec. I'm gonna give you the portable battery and maybe get some shots. I'm gonna try to turn this guy on. Timer's holding the current. Where? Huh? It's there. It's at the hospital.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that.
me too.
All right, have a good one, buddy.
Man, nice meeting you. Stay safe.
Let me grab this. I could probably start breaking that down. United.
When you take this,
All right, guys. So I am back. I was talking with a local. Hey, how are you? And so it looks like Fox 29 is going to be doing a story from right here where we just were. So obviously tune in. He's a good guy. I think. Pretty sure that was. but it died down a lot. Not died down law enforcement wise, they are still here heavily. The crowds have died down. And it is getting a little chillier out. When we got here, it was almost like a cool or cold spring day, but now it's just turning into a winter night over here in Delaware County, where 2 police officers were gunned down going to a call earlier today. At the press conference, did they mention anything about the suspect, his condition? If you live there, I mean, maybe slowly and wave them down. They had them right here earlier, but I don't know where they went. I'm sure if you go like right to those cops somewhere over here and tell them you live, they're not letting the media in, but you live out there, so you're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No update on the suspect. Okay. And there are 4 helicopters or 3 that are above us still. Oh, Mel's covering it. That's great. And I heard maybe Recovery Addict. These are great streamers. I'm not sure what time it is where Grizzly's at, but I'm sure she's gonna wake up wondering what happened. And we don't really know what happened, so she didn't miss much. What we do know is very scarce. Police responded to a home for reports of an 11-year-old that was wounded, and when they arrived, they were wounded by the gunman who was in the home. He opened fire on the police. The police officers were extracted from the building and taken to Penn Presby Hospital, where they're being treated right now. And Delaware County has a great law enforcement community. They're very tight-knit, and they're not the tight-knit that I'm saying back, the blue tight-knit. They're very people, like a people person, but as a department, the county has just amazing officers who work both for the county and other units throughout the state. So it's definitely thank you for the super chat, guys. I really appreciate it. But again, we are here in Delco, or Delaware County. It's known as Delco. Lift half of the tape, but I don't know if I can lift the other half. It's a little bit of a big truck. Just 1 minute. So again, what we do know is 2 officers were wounded earlier, just 1 block away, right around this corner, when they showed up for reports of a toddler, a child, an 11-year-old child being struck or harmed. When they went to the home, the individual opened fire on police, striking officers and prompting a massive police response here in Delaware County. We immediately came down, and the timing couldn't have been worse. It was nearing the afternoon commute and the evening rush hour, but luckily we were rather close, and we're hoping that everybody is okay. We're hoping that the law enforcement officials are okay, and that there were no other injuries, especially as it relates to a child. I hope there were no children that were harmed. That would just be sickening that this individual would have done something like that. Hopefully there was nobody at home other than this individual. He engulfed the home in flames after exchanging in a shootout with police. So we hope nobody else but the suspect was in there. Um, it's a very somber night for the law enforcement community, especially here in the suburbs, and it stretches into Philadelphia, because when it happens so close to Philly, it's a stark reminder that this is pretty much not an everyday thing, but it's a rather regular occurrence where crazy people are shooting at our police officers, luring them there under the guise that a child is hurt, using a child as bait to get the police there so you can shoot them, knowing that they're going to come and they're not going to expect anything other than rescuing a child. That's what was going through the officers' minds when they were responding to the call. They didn't think they were walking into an ambush. It's just not something that crosses your mind as an officer until it happens. I mean, you hear about it in the news, you see it in the movies, it seems like it's something that people are more vigilant about, but you just can't be vigilant about that. If you're a police officer and you're going to a call for a young child, your only concern is the child. You don't think you're walking into an ambush. That's not what you expect when you go there. You're there to help a child, and you're met by gunfire. It caught everybody by surprise. Obviously, the circumstances we don't know. No matter what they are, there isn't an excuse. You lure police officers to a home and fire at them. There's nothing to justify it. Thank you for the super chat, guys. I really do appreciate it. I'm just not catching them all in time to respond. But when you're a police officer, the last thing on your mind is not the last thing, but at a call like this, one of the last things on your mind is I'm going to become the victim when you're going in to save a child. We don't know if there even was a child. We don't know any of those details other than what was said at the press conference, which I'm sure many of you guys watched. And it's sad that law enforcement, they can be ambushed rather easily. You pick up the phone and you call 911 and you report a crime, who's going to show up? Not the cable guy, not the mailman, the police. When you call and say there's a child that was harmed, the police are going to come just as quick, if not quicker, and you attempt to execute them. It's a cowardice move, and that's how you can describe this individual, as a coward. When you open fire and then hide in your home and either set it on fire or something catches fire, it's insanity. And you can imagine the hecticness in this neighborhood when the gunfire was ringing out. While I was walking up here, maybe an hour or so ago, I was live, and a few passerbyers mentioned they mentioned the child, which is interesting, and they said that my son plays with, see, I didn't catch if he said boy or girl, so it sounds like there are 11-year-old children, I mean, at that age range, on that neighborhood, on the block. One of the parents was saying that their child plays with the other young child. So I don't know if somebody caught the passerby saying if it was a young boy or a young girl. I don't know. "11-year-old female." So that's interesting. Hopefully everybody is okay. There's still no word on the suspect. And I was saying earlier that typically when something like this happens, it could be the result of a warrant serving gone bad, but we obviously learned in the last hour that's just not the case. And there's that's not, I thought it was a canine, but it's a firefighter on his knees rolling up the hose. Now, if the individual is not found in the home, we're going to have a very long night in store. We're not going anywhere until we hear that the person has been apprehended or found dead. Oh, Mel. How's Mel doing? Mel's a great guy. Oh, here's the party. We've got Mel's people in the house. Thank you guys for coming. So, again, we don't really have any new details other than what you guys heard at the presser and the scarce information that we've been able to get. What's going on, guys? Welcome. Thanks for coming. And shout out to Mel. But yeah, guys, until we hear that, and you can still see that it's a white smoke. So usually when the fire is out, I'm not a professional, but it turns into a whitish smoke. And you guys can see that straight through there. And fire crews are obviously still here. Mel, how are you, Mel? Thank you. So, again, there are no new updates yet, and I am texting every 10 minutes to see if we can get anything. It sounds like they don't know right now if the individual perished. I don't even know if they made entry for sure into the home yet. It does look like the fire has been under control for some time. Thank you guys for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Let's see if there's any neighbors up this way that we can talk to and get any info on, perhaps if they knew anything about the individual. We'll go around the block. Mr. Boyce, how are you, sir?
Good, man.
Good.
What's your handle, man?
Nick the Hat. Nothing changed, sir. How you doing? Yeah, I'm. Just so you know. You wanna? They've got the nice expedition. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you wanna grab this first? And we're gonna go and see if we can talk to a few neighbors in a sec, guys. Stay safe. Thank you. So, the guy that just got here, that's actually a pretty big deal. He is the director of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Systems. Mr. Boyce, I call him. He's a very nice guy. Here at Delaware County Emergency Management Systems. So when he comes, he's here to assess whether the guy is dead or alive. He just rolled up with his crew. You guys heard me greet the guy. He's a very nice, humble man who's been with the county for, oh boy, he made it through all of the change of political guards and the change of from Democrat to Republican or Republican to Democrat. So you can tell that the guy is obviously great at his work. So the Delaware County Emergency Services just arrived where they're going to determine, and wow, look at the plume, you can still see it. They're going to determine whether the suspect is dead or alive, and we'll go from there. Obviously, we're hoping that the suspect is dead. I don't hope death on anybody, but it would be a much safer outcome for not just the law enforcement community, but for everybody. If this guy gets out and opens fire, you never know if you're going to get caught in that crossfire. You never know what can happen. Somebody is crazy enough to shoot at the police. It's anything's on the table. And the fact that the emergency services, emergency management department just got here, it's going to be a rather long night. They are essentially in charge of emergency communications and coordinating with local, state, and federal officials. And like I told you guys earlier, the feds are on their way with aerial support. And now that we see the emergency services department that just got here in the last 10 minutes, that means that the feds are they might be rather close. The individual who just got here is considered a commanding officer for stuff like this. Even during the Cavalcante stuff, had Cavalcante seeped his way into other counties, and I'm pretty sure that this individual was actually at the Cavalcante manhunt, the one that just got here, to assume somewhat of control and find out what's going on. Now let's go over here. Maybe there's another vantage point. We're gonna, instead of taking you guys to the same spot over and over, let's go up here. And you guys can see it's a quiet night. Every neighborhood in suburban Philadelphia has its fair share of crime, but and you can see this at the plume. We don't have our fair share, and you can. Oh wow! So it looks like there's still some water going. We have our fair share of crime. There's no such thing as a fair share of police execution attempts or ambushes. That's just not a thing when it happens. I mean, it's a thing, but there's no fair share of it. It's something that, when it happens, it grips the nation rather quickly. The story became a national one as we were on our way down here. And you guys can see the lights. So I'm one block parallel to this situation. So let's go up here. Sometimes when it gets quieter, it's better. So obviously the perimeter of where we are parked, which is back there, is, I would call it as close to a command post as you're going to get. The fact that Timothy Boyce, who's in charge of emergency services, parked over there, that's a focal point. He needs to get back and forth, obviously, to his truck, and that's as close to the incident. But, and again, guys, as far as my safety, I always feel very safe. It doesn't matter whether I'm in a cornfield, whether I'm in the city, whether I'm in North Philadelphia. I always keep my safety, obviously, rather high up, but I've never felt threatened at any scene, unless the guy is shooting at reporters. Then that would be a little bit of a, well, according to many, I'm fake news, so I hope he misses. So that way, there are no, if he is aiming at people, I need to get a jacket that says fake news so they don't, or maybe one that says bystander. But we do have these cool YouTube sweatshirt things that came in the mail after Cavalcante, which came in clutch. Now you guys can see that over here at this corner store, there's a, it looks like a, let's see, there's a good amount of police staging. Now, can you imagine if somehow this guy starts shooting again from like that? That would, and there's channel 6. Oh, guys, look at this. We got ourselves a backstage view. Let's see. We're gonna go this way. Hong, if you're watching, I went up the street and made a right. Well, I hope you're watching. So, let's see. What's going on up here? And you never think that you're gonna, as soon as I saw those two words come across my my phone, active shooter and Delaware County, that's just, it was close to home, you know? So obviously we're going to make our way down, even if it was further out, but it's an interesting, it's always, let me see what's around the bend. Cross over. So this is the end of the street. It looks like they have a better, so let's check out up here. And again, guys, so the Delaware County Emergency Services Director just arrived on location right where we were parked, which indicates that they are making progress. You have federal resources that are on their way in the event the suspect did not perish in the fire. And that's something we just don't know yet. Everything's on the table. And if they don't find any remains, it'll turn into a manhunt, which you guys know the drill. And you guys can see it's night and day compared to where we just were to here. Oh, yeah. The best spot is over there by the fire trucks. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. That's the Associated Press. She just got here. Very nice publication. So the AP is here, which you. And you guys can see, so from here on it dies down. So we'll go back to, so this is like what we would call the soft perimeter. Well, if it was a roadblock, it would be a soft perimeter. So again, like I was saying, Mr. Boyce is here, which is a good sign. That means that they're making progress. He is the director for emergency services in Delaware County, but I have a feeling his job's a little bit more than that because he's always with the governor and federal officials. So he's a very well-respected man in the law enforcement community. He has experience with Homeland Security, and he's here. So progress is definitely being made as far as finding out if the individual is alive. It's about 40 minutes, 30 minutes from my home, people are asking. It almost, I mean, it's essentially the same as for me, coming from here to Chester County. We're gonna go back. There's also a spot. I'm going back to the.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to the original setup where the 911 center just parked up.
Oh, okay.
We'll go around this bend.
I just couldn't find my colleague.
Oh, no worries.
Getting good,
Yeah, decent.
good. Just around this corner?
Yeah, so we go around this corner and then at the stop sign, that you'll.
So you can see.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
as
I
close as we. And then earlier there was a really good angle in this guy's backyard.
I know. Someone was here earlier tonight. Just doing an interview with a local pastor over at the church.
Here. And then the stop sign. But they don't know if the suspect is dead or alive yet.
Oh.
So it might have been one of those.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Take the
One of
call.
those calls to lure
Oh.
them. They.
Hey, Matt?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys an update in a minute. I'm going back to the
Yeah,
original spot.
I'm following someone else who's gonna show me a good spot actually. So I just passed where you sent me the second location. Turn left. Okay. All right. Got it. Oh, okay. Maybe I clicked wrong. Oh, I'm almost there. Uh, maybe like 5 minutes. You don't. If you're gonna go 5, don't worry. Don't wait. Oh, okay. That's where you are. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. All right. I think my colleague told me where he is.
Where they at?
Back there.
Okay.
All right.
If you want another spot, text call and I'll
Alright.
send you my pin.
Thank you
No
so
problem.
much.
Stay safe. All right, guys. So we're gonna head up to the original spot because from where we just were, it's at the end of the block. Oh, they have got crime scene tape here, or no, caution tape. So where we just were was the end of the block. We don't know if any child. I am not 100% sure on the child being harmed or if it was a ploy. That's something that they would have said at the press conference. But until we hear that this individual is dead, I would assume at this point it's going to be, if he's not dead, that's a problem, because that's a problem. So if he's not dead, we go from there. But the chances of surviving, I don't know. I'm not going to say chances of this or that, because every time we give a chance of escaping a perimeter, they wind up rather far away from the perimeter. So we'll play it by ear and wait for official confirmation. We can obviously speculate and assume that he's dead, or the police aren't going to make any assumptions. They're going to confirm it. They're not going to risk having somebody that essentially will shoot them on sight on the loose. That's just not gonna happen. So we're back at the original, almost. I didn't realize what a little walk that was. And you can still hear sirens in the distance. Oh, here's a shot of the house, kind of. You guys see? Look at that. So we actually brought our own cones. We could set up a perimeter. I thought that was fire, but it's lights. firelights. And again, shout out to Mal, thank you. So let's see, and you guys can still see that cloud of smoke coming from over there, going up. And it does look a little dark, some of the smoke still, so there should still be a little bit of a little fire. But wow, you guys can see that.
Hey, brother, it's still burning?
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, we live around the corner. I'm from up the market, off to that side. And you can still see. I was like, I want to tell my mom that's just.
I think it got the neighbor's house a little bit too.
Oh, for the neighbor. Wow, I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, stay safe.
All right, y'all take care.
You too. So let's go around here. Feels like we're back at the Danilo manhunt over here with just a little bit more freedom, because we're not looking for an escaped killer. We're looking for an attempted killer, I guess, of sorts, if he's alive. So it's a much looser perimeter. And yeah, so the emergency services are still parked by us, which means nothing has changed. And Delaware County has one of the best emergency services department. I mean, these guys, I don't know how they get half of their gear, but they've got the gear, I'll tell you that. These so for this guy to be here now, that means that he's here to assess what the final word is going to be, because he's going to be coordinating with the feds and the state police. So this guy right over here, this truck, he's in charge of emergency services. So he's going to relay the message to all law enforcement on all different levels. If they need to make a notification on the National Crime Database, the Emergency Services Department is here. And here's the Upper Darby Fire Department. There's always a chance that the individual made a run for it before the fire. There's always a chance, and that's why Delaware County, they're not very reactive. They will react. Obviously, you can see the reaction, but they are known for being more so proactive in situations like this, where they would rather spend the extra little bit to have everybody ready on standby and here in the event the dude crab walked out of the house or something. Chances are that he perished, but we can't rely on chances when you have an incident like this. Earlier today, for those of you that are just joining us, police responded to a call where an individual reported that there was an 11-year-old hurt. When police arrived to the home, they were met by gunfire. The individual who lured them there under the guise of an injury attempted to take their life and started shooting at them. From there, it became an active shooting situation, and it was all rather quick. Within minutes, they extracted the officers, and as they were leaving, the place caught fire. That's what we know as far as the fire. We don't know what started it. We don't know pretty much anything other than they got the officers out. The place caught fire. The fire extended to a neighbor's home, and they are now going to slowly make their way into the home. Now let's hope that, again, that he was in the home when it caught fire, because if he wasn't, it's in a manhunt like this. If it turns into a manhunt, we will see a presence. These guys will go door to door, and they'll find the guy if he's not dead. But the chances are he's dead. They had a press conference. There was a press conference a little while ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk.
Chief, are you having a press conference at all?
They're gonna have another one soon.
At the hospital or in the press? One sec, guys. Finding out if there's going to be a presser. Would that be at the hospital again? Do you know?
No, we're gonna do it here.
Oh, here?
Take the school up on the corner of Hurst and Emerald.
Thank you, sir. Stay safe. So the Upper Darby police chief just got here. You want to check your GPS? We'll walk up probably. They're going to be doing another press conference. So they're going to be doing another press conference. We're going to head to it. We could probably walk. Is it walkable? I can walk up. So there's going to be another press conference. That's what they're looking. They don't know yet.
I was driving when it was happening.
Yeah, so
I work right there.
Oh shit. Yeah, they don't know. I think they're looking to see if he's in there, but
He probably did. No way he could have
sad.
been alive here. And he took all them bodies.
Yeah, it's
You working
People
with
need
the
help.
news people?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I was like, what he doing?
Yeah.
Alright, be safe.
You too, thank you. So you guys heard that there's gonna be
I could go up on this side, right?
I did earlier, yeah. So you guys heard from the Upper Darby police chief. He's gonna be having another press conference. I'm trying to see the
There is a school right here. It's right down the block.
Yeah, let's go.
But is it that school?
Yeah. We'll walk up. How far is the walk? We're gonna walk to the press conference. So make a left here? How far is the walk? 5 minutes?
It's basically on that block, like down the block. So we have to walk down and make a left.
You want to bring? Nah, we don't need it. Bring. Yeah, maybe bring the camera just in case. You want to bring the camera just in case? Yeah, we're gonna walk up the street, guys. There's gonna be another press conference. We'll walk. If it's how far's the walk?
It's like a 7-minute.
Yeah, we'll walk so we can see there. Yeah, we're gonna walk up to the news conference. They're gonna be holding it about a block or two up this way. What are the chances of that? That was great. We ran into the chief of police, who's in charge of the. Nah. It's only gonna be to get the shots of the chief. So we're gonna go and see what the police have to say. They have an update for us in a little bit. You guys heard. So there's gonna be another press conference at the elementary school. Let me text the Associated Press and tell her to go to the elementary school. Hold on, guys. I'm just letting some fellow reporters know that there's going to be a news conference, and if they want to meet us up the street. Just give me 1 sec, guys. There's going to be a press conference at the elementary school in a few minutes, according to the Upper Darby police. The chief said that they're going to do another press conference at that elementary school.
Yeah, we know that, but what they do at the time?
No, he just told us. I just asked him. He just pulled up and parked.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to head up. Yeah. All right. So that's good. All right, guys. So we're heading up the street to the elementary school, and you can see other journalists were walking back to the scene, so it can't be that far of a walk. So let's hope that they caught him. If they didn't, you're going to be boots on the ground with me and Hong for the next few days until we capture this guy. Chances are that he's dead. Let's not fearmonger. But until they confirm it, it's always good to remain vigilant. I'm sure if they had reason to believe the guy was out and about, they would have released his name and a photo. So everything leads me to believe that he's dead. You've got a fire. You've got a massive law enforcement presence, and little to nowhere to go unless that escape was made Cavalcante style and very quickly. That's the only way this guy would be alive. He would have had to have run while they were focused on law enforcement. And I just don't see that happening. Anything is possible, but we're in the suburbs, and for those of you that live in Philly and that live in the suburbs, you guys know the police are very different. In Philadelphia, it's a great police department. You've got to be an idiot almost to get arrested because they don't really come at you for anything petty or stuff that other departments don't, like traffic stops and stuff like that. They're more rare in the city. When you hit the suburbs, they take traffic stops to an entirely new level. So, I mean, if you do the math and you take a cop shooter and place him in the suburbs, that's, you're asking for a death sentence at the end of the day if you open fire. And that's just bizarre that somebody would lure police to a neighborhood and open fire on them. It happens, but it's not happens regularly out in anywhere, really. I don't think there's anywhere where it's a regular occurrence. Yeah. And you guys heard, so Upper Darby Police Chief is going to be holding another press conference at this elementary school. And it's now 6:57, just before 7 o'clock at night, to this building. So here's the school where we are expected to hear from authorities. We don't usually go to press conferences, but if I can walk to it, I'm going to it. Obviously, if it's somewhere we have to drive to, it's a little bit different. I'd rather stay on the scene. But you guys can see the scene, actually. It's right down there. You can see the smoke coming. And this is an elementary school. Well, right?
I think this is the school.
Or is this... All right, guys. So no, that's not the right school. That's a daycare, but the school's up here. And they have a pretty long perimeter on this place. It stretches, what, 4 blocks? How are you, sir?
It's been better.
Oh, I could tell. Stay safe. Is it up this way, right?
Another block to go. And then it'll be on the right side.
It's a beautiful little town. Look at this. What is that? That's... We're running into a lot of our friends from the Danilo manhunt. That's why I had to stop a few times while we were walking up to, whether they were reporters or law enforcement. A lot of them are here. This?
One more block.
Sneak across. And you can smell the smell of a fire, that unique stench, and it makes it all the way out to here. And this is a really cool perimeter. I like how we can kind of just walk around rather than try to park, drive, pack. You see, and this is why we need to invest in a golf cart for stuff like this. Wouldn't that be something? Drive around from little stop to stop. But again, guys, on a serious note, we're waiting for an update from law enforcement. The chief of police over at Upper Darby, he just told us that they're going to be holding another news conference. Had I known it was this close to the location, I would have attended the last news conference. I didn't know we can just walk up the street. So this is the elementary school. There's one news van. So I'm not sure if this is going to be right now. Let's see. Let's check it out. So they will be hosting something here. So I guess it's not going to happen yet. So we will go down this road. Let's try to walk around the perimeter other ways and see if we can get a closer shot. We'll go down this way. So these are called soft perimeters, and I learned about this during the Cavalcante manhunt. So a soft perimeter is when they have a cone or a roadblock. That's a soft perimeter. And it's called a hard perimeter when there's a officer or a human, whether it's a first responder, anybody that's representing anything of authority. That's when it's a hard perimeter that you can't cross. Or if there's yellow crime scene tape, that's different. This isn't a manhunt, so you can't cross crime scene tape. But cones and road barriers, they're known as soft perimeters, where you can, if safe, go around. And we saw during Danilo, we drove through a soft perimeter that turned into a hard perimeter when we parked on Prizer Road. And that's when they restricted movement. So right now we are literally on the street where the shooting was is just right to our left. Let's see if there's another point of entry. And it's a nice night. It could have been freezing out, but it's nice compared to what it could have been. Thank gosh we don't have to wear heavy coats in this spring. Hopefully the groundhog was right. If not, we're impeaching him and replacing the groundhog with an otter. But so far, it's nice out. There are no updates on the suspect, if he's dead or alive. We're waiting for that. We should hear an update on this stream live. We'll be at the press conference. How do I pronounce my last name? I can't tell you that. That's how I, it's a secret. That way when you call my bank, if you can't say my last name, you might not be me. So you guys can see it's very quiet on this side of the neighborhood. All the meanwhile, there is an army of law enforcement to our left. What a beautifully lit house. That's pretty nice. Sorry for showing your house, but you have some really cool lights. So right here to our left, it looks like there's a side street that is unsecure, which we can go down and get a closer look at the madness up the street, where they are trying to determine whether the shooter died in the fire. That's something obviously, and you can see the smoke from here. It's right over here. So this is the street. And again, if there are any I have a press pass. I work full time. Anybody that wants to use the stream, feel free. If you're a streamer for online, there's an exception for news agencies. If you guys can just go through the proper channels, then that'd be great. But streamers, feel free to use the content. Let's try to get a better look. And it was funny, the head of emergency services said, "So what's your handle these days?" And I laughed when I said, "It's Nick the Hat, not much has changed, sir." And he was laughing. He's a funny guy, a really good character, and a gem of Delaware County. He survived the turnover of politics, and that just shows that he's not really a politician. He's a law enforcement and emergency services guy. It doesn't matter what party he's with, and that's kind of rare in the suburbs. Usually they get rid of you if you're not with the party, but Mr. Boyce has managed to stay, which just shows that he's a gem. So the smoke is coming from right in front of us. Here's a little traffic jam. And thank you guys for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Let's see. And I just so you know, we're not on Facebook or Twitter, just YouTube for this. It was a little pain to get set up on all three with a short notice. Let me find out if there's any foot traffic. Is there any foot traffic this way? We could walk this way? Thank you, sir. Okay, cool. So we're able to go this way and see if we can get a better shot. So you guys can see the smoke coming.
That was coming in, so like, it's his family. He's trying to get in.
It's his family. Yeah, we're not going to show the family. So the family just arrived. The family just arrived home. They're right behind us pulling in. So the family of the suspected shooter, I believe, just arrived home. Make sure we don't show the car because we don't want to add to the drama. I'm sure they're having a terrible day, the family. Yeah, the family of the suspect. What the heck is this? I've never seen this. So this is an ambulance bus. Okay. So whenever they say call the bus is here. This is Alright, let's see if we can get any closer. You guys see the bus? So we're outside of the Faith Emmanuel Church here in Lansdowne. Let's go up this way. And you guys have more fire personnel coming in. And yep. There's additional firefighters that are here. You should be able to. Mr. Stoll, that's a district attorney. Mr. Stolzheimer, is there a presser happening? Sir?
Why don't you guys go over to the Borough Hall?
Thank you, sir. Stay safe. So that was the district attorney, Jack Stolzheimer. There's going to be a news conference at the Borough Hall. Let's check and see how far that is. You want to go in here? Borough Hall. One sec, guys. We'll ask. There's a lot of borough halls around here. Was that the place we just were, the Borough Hall? So that was Jack Stolzheimer, the district attorney here in Delaware County. He said there's a presser likely at the Borough Hall. I'm just working to find out if that's the same as the elementary school.
No. It's down the block this way. On the other block, goes straight down another block.
Is it the same as the elementary?
No.
East Lansdowne Borough Municipal.
Elementary school is over here.
Alright. Delaware County DA Stolzheimer just said it's going to be at a Borough Hall. Yes, it's Nick. All right, so we're gonna go to the Borough Hall. I'm gonna throw it in. Oh, it's not far, right? Same thing, a couple minutes.
6 minutes.
Did you do walk or drive?
It's the police station.
All right, so let's go. It's up this way. All right, guys, we're gonna go. No, that's there's no way the DA is at the presser for the hospital. I was just here with the DA. He was the guy that I just approached. So it's if there is a press conference that he's on right now and it's at a hospital, they're just replaying it. He's not that fast, even with a car. He literally just walked by us. So if they're showing a press conference, it's going to be with it's a replay. And that's what they're probably showing. There's no way he made it to the press conference that quick. No, Dina, he was literally right in front of us. He can't go that fast. Like literally in the past 2 minutes, he was just here. And you guys saw him. So it's him. He didn't go to the hospital. There's no way. That would be funny. So I don't know. Whatever press conference you guys are watching, it's not live because we just ran into the DA who's also at the press conference. That said, he's probably not there yet. It's okay. Can you imagine if he was already at the hut? Then that would be some talent. It says down this way. Is the Borough Hall this way?
No, the Borough Hall is down this way.
That way.
Okay, it's down on, what is it? I'm trying to think where the Borough
Show
Hall
them on your phone. Is it?
Oh, it is down
Is
this
it
way?
this? Police station. Is it
Right.
Yeah, it's right down here.
down here? Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
See
No,
that
stay
sign?
safe.
No, that sign right there says Borough Hall. It's pointing that
Ah,
way.
perfect.
Oh, wow.
Stay safe.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody's so nice out here. Again, their morale is rather high given the circumstances where a demented individual shot at 2 police officers, striking them under the guise of a 911 call. We don't know much about that call. I'm sure we're going to find out some more. I would have asked the DA right then and there, but I don't like to ambush or ask stuff. And at a time like this, it's just not cool, so asking where the press conference is acceptable, but I'm not going to ambush the guy and ask him a million questions. That's just not how it works. So we will end up at the presser right up here. It's cool that he gave us a heads up though and let us know that it's coming up. That was rekindling a relation. So we're going to the presser, and it's not too far. Apparently, there's a sign on the street sign that has an arrow pointing toward the location because the Borough Hall. I didn't know that they would be that blatant about it, which is very nice. I mean, there's literally an arrow on the street sign that says go that way. So we are going that way. And again, if you're local, always be a little vigilant. We don't know if the guy made it out, but this is always for you guys, so you guys have a continuous stream of information and you know what's going on. We just ran into 2 power players of the scene in the past 30 minutes, that being the director of emergency services and then the district attorney. So everybody is here. They're working to get to the bottom of it. Obviously, Mr. Stolzheimer is getting any updates from the scene before he proceeds over to the news conference. And Delaware County is rather quick when it comes to providing updates of immense public interest, such as an individual shooting at the police, turning into a barricaded slash active shooter situation. When those two words go over the radio and across law enforcement channels, it's a big deal. And when the victims are law enforcement, it's a bigger deal, because they are walking into something where they are the target. They are the target. It's not. There's no way around it. So here's the. Okay, so we're at the police department. Was the person that got out of the car, the family, a woman or a man?
It was a man.
So there was a man that came to the house. All right, so it looks like we're here. Gosh. Is it going on yet? No. Yeah, they're getting ready. We'll let them set up first. So they're setting up. You want to text Tass and tell her that, send her this pin, drop our pin, and say press conference is going to be here. They're setting up. All right, guys, so you can see that they're setting up for the conference right now. And once they set up a little bit, we will. Press conference is going to happen here. Yeah. So we're going to be going in a little bit. They're still setting up. Looks like they're getting ready. So yeah, might as well put your stuff in though. Get a good spot where everybody surrounds. Oh shit! What's going on, man? Yeah. I think I met you at the Cavalcante thing, right?
Oh, did I?
Yeah, Nick. Nice to meet you.
See you again.
I think we could just go in. I'm just not going in yet because it's
more crazy stuff.
Yeah, right. Let's hope they got the guy dead. All right, man. So again, we are at the Borough Hall where they should be. Oh, Hong, do you want to grab the door for this, man? They're bringing pizzas. So they've got pizza for the law enforcement. If somebody sent that as a gift, that's really cool of you. Oh, yeah, but I'm just going to give it a sec because we're already live. So if we go in there, it would be just administrators talking amongst each other. Oh, Dan's here. Jesus, the whole crew. The whole crew's here. Everybody that we know from, isn't this something? There they are. I was like, where's that tank at? I know it's somewhere around here. How you guys doing?
Officer just came out and just said, get ready.
Yeah, they're setting up.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, brother?
Good to see you, man.
You too. All right, so we'll head in and get ready then, guys.
Yeah, I'll probably, I just was just giving you a heads up. I don't know, you know, sometimes I have to take to the web and all that stuff, so. All right, sounds good. Oh, yeah, no, take it.
What we'll do is, it's still early, man. I don't know, I'm gonna go outside because they're live. Come out and get me. Just let me know. I'm gonna have them come and get me when they start because I don't want to be giving you guys an update while we're in there. So they're just setting up right now. Probably in the next 10-15 minutes. So the DA was in there. You guys saw him standing. He's a cool dude. He's getting ready for the presser. It's interesting. We're running into a lot of our buddies from the Danilo manhunt from both national and local news. Just a little recap is police responded to a home for reports of an 11-year-old that was harmed. And this is preliminary information as far as the response. The officers went in to the home. They were ambushed not killed, but it was an ambush style shooting where the homeowner opened fire on police that were responding. And from there, the injured officers were quickly rushed to Pennsbury Hospital, where they are being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. From there, the home caught fire, and it was a large fire. It extended to the neighbor's home, and it also included a car. Somebody said they labeled it a pancake style fire, and the fire was just put out, and they are beginning the process of searching the premises for any remains that could be the suspects. Again, if we don't have the suspect, we're going to end up having a manhunt. It sounds like it's one or the other. They're going to announce that he's dead, or they're going to announce that he's at large. And you guys can see everybody's coming down and getting ready for the news conference. It's a very anticipated one that is going to be the first or second official update, the first update since the fire has been put out. You getting started? No? Alright. So we still have time. And I don't want to, since we're already live, I'm not going to go in there and show people setting up. It's a little bit rude in the industry to stay live and have them do that. So as soon as it begins, obviously, we will be inside. And we are at the police department here it's the East Lansdowne Community Center in Delaware County. Not too far from where the fire was. We just walked here. We walked to another location where they were going to have a news conference. And where they, apparently there was one at a hospital. I'm not sure how far the hospital is from our location. Oh, there's the tank I was talking about to our buddy. That black Expedition, that thing is like it's a tank. So, again, when it begins, we'll go in and hear what they have to say. Until then, we'll just wait it out. The difference is everybody else is on standby, their cameras, and we're live, so I don't want to go in there with a live audience of a few thousand people and show you guys them setting up. Maybe stuff gets said that's not supposed to be said during the conference. So I'll just give it a few, and Hong's gonna call me in as soon as they are ready to begin. But it's good to be back with you guys. It's never good circumstances. Are they ready? Well, let's get ready.
You guys let us know when you're all ready, all right?
They're straight, they're straight. He was coming down. Straight man? Good? Yeah, I think we're good.
You near my barrel? It's gonna be a couple minutes.
Okay, so we have a few minutes. Hmm? Both. Or either or. Just give me a second, guys. Let me just get this.
Yeah, I know, right? Like the perfect spot. Like, were you were out here early enough for like going live and stuff?
I did go live. That was like in the first hour.
I mean, they pounded us, man.
Yeah.
Probably did like 8 or 9 live shots. Just pounded us. We went from 4 to 6:30 straight. And then we had a 7. And then we went to 7.
Oh, it's the 7.
What's her name was like out here already. There's some shooting with there's some pressure for like Darby. Somebody got shot or some kid.
That's what they were talking about, yeah.
So they were already like they're already at that Darby presser when that happened.
Well, yeah, that's what, it's not live.
What brought you guys out here, huh?
This local? Something like that. Active. The words active shooter was enough to get me out of it.
Houses on fire.
Yeah.
Shooters and cops is enough.
That's enough, yeah.
I'd say that's probably the right call.
Yeah. It went national pretty quick.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll take mine. Until they get ready, guys, I don't want to show an empty room, but this is the Borough Hall. We're just waiting on a press conference from the DA. I'm going to stand on this side just so I'm out of their way. Just while they set up, I'm going to face this way just so we don't have people on there that don't want to be seen. But it should be getting started. Oh, it's international. Apparently Scotland's covering it too. Scotland and the BBC.
Which for you is worse than for me. So they gotta make you be here live at 11. You're not home at 11, right? So it's on tape. Yeah.
Oh, yes. But the point I was getting ready to make is that I was shutting the pizza oven and I was thinking I was gonna be able to just eat right and I feel like the pizza was like talking to me, you know, like you could chew me up or something. I don't either, but I could eat whatever for you.
What?
And I don't bring it for lunch, but I have like 2 days.
Yeah,
I've been on like a Girl Scout, you know. My niece is so Girl Scout, so. Well, you know, I made her soft lemons and lemonade, but now it's just like.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
Just got put on, yeah, but same thing.
So for those of you that just asked if they're going to be taking questions, feel free to send the questions in the chat, and if they do, we'll obviously ask.
can mess with caramel, whatever you said. Yeah, those, I can mess with those. I can mess with those too.
I think that's something they'll answer. Oh, here we are.
Okay, yeah, whatever that is, I can nail that one. I was actually shocked when I walked in. I said, "My God, because I had this going down. So like, what's your like? What's your? I don't want to say life, but when you the age you like, how big is your
I don't really know. Like they just do everyday stuff every day. So
I'm a big
I know it's not work out.
I think the same thing.
That might be a skill.
Yeah, exactly. I feel crazy. It's crazy.
What is it that they
They make fun of me 'cause I won't eat pizza during the week.
That's great. You can ask my coach as well. But they kind of
Forced.
Anyway, no, no.
Evening again. My name is Jack Stolzheimer. I'm the District Attorney of Delaware County. Proud to be joined today by Superintendent Tim Bernhardt from the Delaware Police Department. We've got the Chief of Rutherford from Lansdowne, the Chief Smith from East Lansdowne. These are the three departments that respond to this event and have been working with the team all day long, along with departments from all over Delaware County. So these are the three departments that have been here from the time we got at 3:57 this afternoon. A call to respond to the 911 center. An 11-year-old girl had been shot and put home at 58 Lewis Avenue here in East Lansdowne. I want to give you guys an update, and just, I'm not really going to take any questions because we have limited information. I'm going to keep giving you information about what we have tonight and what's going to be happening for the rest of this evening and tomorrow. At this point, we have locked down the crime scene. That house, the fire is still burning. It's smoldering at this point, but it's still too dangerous for us to go inside and do any further investigation. I will say with a heavy heart that we are afraid there might be more than one person in that house. We know the victim's family had a lot of people living in that house, including children. We are aware that there are at least 6 to 8 people who are unaccounted for from that family. It is our terrible fear that they may be inside that house when it was burned. We are hopeful that that is not true, but we will not know until tomorrow morning. Again, this is an active crime scene. What our CID, my county detectives, are going to come in the morning. They're going to be working with the local police department who are making sure that the crime scene is secure this evening. And we are going to methodically go through that scene and hopefully look for bodies and look for evidence of what actually happened that day. But again, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware there's nothing else to report tonight. We're going to send you all home. Law enforcement is doing its best to get you information as quickly as possible, but we're not really going to have any further updates until tomorrow morning. And again, our fears are maybe multiple people inside that home who have died. We don't know yet whether or not we can confirm or deny that until we get inside and methodically go through the debris that house is now. So again, without further questions, because there really is nothing else I can say, I'm not going to give out any information about the family of the victim, the residents, any of that stuff. What we need to do is just be sensitive to the fact that this is an active crime scene. It could be a lot of bad news tomorrow. We're saying this with a heavy heart. We are hopeful that we're wrong, but because these family members are unaccounted for, we're concerned that they may have been inside the home when it was set on fire. Again, that's all the information we have tonight. We want to make sure that we're giving the public as much information as we possibly can in a timely fashion. We will be talking to you again, I'm sure, in the morning as we begin to get through that crime scene. We're hopeful that overnight the fire will burn out and that we can get in first thing in the morning and do the excavation work that's going to be required. It is just a burned out hollow at this point. So there's going to be a lot of work ahead of us, gruesome work, but these men behind me, this is what we do for a living, this is what we're trained for. We're again so thankful that the officers who were shot today are doing well. The chiefs and I, all of us, and the mayor got to visit with them at the hospital. We actually walked through the rooms where they are being held. They gave us the thumbs up. those guys are going to be okay. The good guys are going to be fine and hopefully return to duty in the near future. But we're so concerned about the family members who are living in that house that we have not heard from. But that's all the information I can give you tonight. And again, Becca, we will be available in the morning as soon as we have anything further. But at this time, that's really all we can say.
Can you give us an age range of the family members unaccounted for?
I cannot accept that there are children and adults.
I have a question about the neighbors. I know a lot of folks were locked out. Can they access their homes tonight, or?
We are, hopefully, I think they're all being able to get into their homes if the fire goes out. Okay, we're working with the fire department and the law enforcement. We're all making sure that that area is secure. So we don't want anybody else further hurt. So if they are safe, if they are getting a clear sign by the fire department to go into their homes, they're allowed to go in. Okay?
Otherwise, they can come.
Sure.
There's no reason to believe the threat has left. There's no threat to the community.
There's no threat to the community from that house.
Okay.
Again, we're waiting for the fire to completely burn out, and the fire department is making sure that that happens. But we will be treating it as an active crime scene first thing in the morning to determine who was in there and how many people were in there.
Can you identify the occupants?
We want to respect their privacy. You know, they're with their families right now in the hospital. I am not going to say their names without their approval. So I give myself enough trouble that I don't need to. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys, I'll give you an update outside. For those of you guys that didn't hear, it sounds like it's 6 to 8 relatives in the home that might have been. Let me go out. Thank you. I'll give you guys an update in a second. All right, so it sounds like there are 6 to 8 possible victims in the home that might have died as a result of the fire, where the suspect engulfed the home. You guys heard from the Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer. I asked if there were any threats to the community, and it sounds like there is no threat to the community. He said that police responded for a distress call at the home. There could be anywhere from 6 to 8 people in the home deceased, and if you live in the area and you live on that neighborhood, you're not going to be able to access your home until the fire is out. The fire is not out. So the electric was shut off. The fire is still going. We're going to go back toward the scene right now. So let's go back toward the scene. So the fire is still going, guys, and they're going to wait for it to, I guess the word he uses, it's smoldering. And by the morning is when they're going to begin search efforts. There's no rescue efforts. Everybody's presumed dead, and it's upwards of 8 people, some of which are at the hospital. So that means that they may be in critical condition, some of them. But that's a lot of victims. That jumps from 2 to now 10, with 8 family members and 2 police officers. That's 10 people that were harmed in this tragic, heartbreaking, sickening incident where so I'm hearing preliminary reports, and again, guys, these are all preliminary, that the husband is
Asian?
The husband is Asian and married to an African American woman with 2 daughters. That's preliminary, but that's what Hong heard from.
The neighbor told me that.
The neighbor told Hong that it's an Asian male married to an African American female. Sorry, something was in my shoe. And that is the victim's family. From what we are hearing, we're going back to the perimeter now. And again, the elephant in the room is there a threat to the community? We need everybody to be able to go to bed. And I think that was a good way to bring a little bit of ease to the situation. It's important to know if there's a threat out there. And that's a question that the DA obviously had no problem in answering, to put everything to rest and make sure that everybody feels safe, that lives in the area. This is not going to become a manhunt. It sounds like they do believe he is in there. Now, that's not confirmed, the shooter's ethnicity. That's what we are hearing, is that it was an Asian male. That's preliminary. That's not official, and it came from a neighbor who told Hong. So until I hear from law enforcement, I'm not going to assume on that. But a recap of the presser is the district attorney announced that police responded. Let's let this guy go. Police responded for reports of a shooting, or not a shooting, an incident involving a young girl. When police responded, the suspect shot at the police and set the home on fire. According to the DA, the suspect set the home on fire, killing up to 8 of his family members in the process. At first, of course, we speculate that anything is possible until they find the remains or anything of that nature. But the fact that the district attorney said there's no threat to the community, they have a good reason to believe that he is in the home where he perished. The DA wouldn't make a remark like that, saying that it's safe if it isn't. So rest assured that there won't be additional victims of this. But at the end of the day, it's about 10 people, guys, that were either injured or killed. And now that we have those numbers, this is going to skyrocket. You're going to see news alerts from across the world. You've got 10 victims now. It's no longer 2 police officers. It's 2 police officers and eight possible dead civilians, that residents or family members. The officers are expected to make a very speedy recovery and be back as soon as tomorrow. I think I heard that they will be discharged. But the victim's family, that's a lot of people. 8 people, up to 8 people that were killed. Originally, it was said that it was 2 that were injured, the police officers, with no word on any other victims or conditions. But now we know that there could be upwards of 8 people that were killed in that home, prompting this police response. So there are 2 officers in stable condition and 8 others that are family members that are either critical or dead, 6 to 8. And that just changed a lot of facts on the case. What we know again is that the individual called the police to report, or somebody called the police from the home for a young girl that was hurt. Police responded. The suspect opened fire, striking 2 police officers before igniting his home on fire, killing anywhere from 6 to 8 family members. Just right here in Delaware County, up the street, where a few hours ago, when it was daylight, you guys saw that plume of smoke and that orange color colliding with the blue. It was a surreal scene. Knowing now the amount of damage is, it's catastrophic to a family. That's an entire family. And we don't know the age ranges. We just don't know. We just know 6 to 8 people who are either dead or in critical condition at the hospital. And we're seeing this a lot more, where mentally unstable husbands will take out everybody that loves them when they decide to go. So whether this man was targeting police, I don't know. It sounds like he was having a breakdown of his own, and he figured he might as well take the police with him. It's just too preliminary. What we do know, again, is that it's a tragic day for this family who lost so many loved ones. That's a lot. 8 people to be killed for nothing. They lost their lives in one of the worst ways to die, which is a fire. In my eyes, fire or drowning are terrible ways to pass, and it's full of torture, and it's disgusting to think that a father would do that. And it sounds like they are still working on putting the fire out, so it's going to be a little bit of a night with activity with these guys. Yeah, so they're unaccounted for. You're right, 8. So it's anywhere from 6 to 8 people. There's a activity at the hospital, according to the DA, who said that the family is at the hospital. There are people there. But I want to see, we should be able to get closer to the actual home. You wanna come go for a walk? Actually, let me check something on that. I want to see if is the laptop here?
Huh? Laptop is up front of the car.
Let me just see if before we walk up there, just in case we can bring the bigger camera with us. You want to unlock it? So it was an active shooter situation turned inferno. We're gonna head up to the house, or as close to the house as we can get. Let's double check this real quick. Radio station. Just one sec, guys, bear with us. Just double checking. One sec, and we are gonna head up. Should we move the car up a little? What do you got? Let me see put your Wi-Fi. One sec, guys. We're gonna go closer to the scene in just a sec. Here. It's not gonna let me start the car for a sec. So I can hit the Wi-Fi to see if the live view is connecting. If it doesn't, we're gonna just go with the phone. So I'm just checking the live view system to see if it's online, and if it is, we're gonna take that because it's a little bit better. Well, it's a lot better as far as quality and sound and video and everything under the sun. Let me just see if the system is up. The problem with live view is when there's that many networks, we run the same live view. It's a system for going live, and the signal with this many networks gets a little bit cramped. See? And no. So let's just walk up. All right, we're gonna walk up. All right, let me close the trunk. And have your phone. All right, guys, so we're gonna walk up in a sec. He's just gonna pull up a little bit now that the other network left. There's some space for us. And we'll take a walk and go and see if there's any updates up there. But you guys heard the DA said he's not going to have any more updates as far as the media for tonight, which makes sense. What are they going to update us on until the fire's out? That's what they're working on right now. Your jacket's also in the back if you want it. All right, so let's go. We're not going to walk up to the house. We're going to go to where other people are standing and other networks. We're not trying to show that we want to see the damage, obviously, if it's accessible. But that's about it, obviously, while keeping it respectful and far enough back. But let's see if they lifted any of the perimeters. If they did, that's when we go. If the perimeter is still there, obviously, we don't. So we're gonna check it out, and you can still see that plume of smoke. Break your leg. So it's a lot more quiet than it was just a few hours ago. And here's, you guys can see the aftermath. And of course, we always stay at a safe distance and wherever authorities let us. So if there's an opening and they say we're cool to stand there, we'll stand there. But we'll go check it out. There's nothing going on at the spot where we were originally set up. Some fire crews getting out of here. And another interesting fact is, for those of you that aren't from the state, Pennsylvania, for the most part, with the exception of major cities like Philly and Upper Darby, I believe they have a paid fire department, but a majority of our fire departments, they're all volunteer. So a lot of these trucks, they're all volunteer fire departments. Upper Darby has a paid fire department. Philly has paid fire departments, but here in the suburbs, it's all volunteers. And they range from, I think you can get in at age 16. You just can't go into a fire until the age of 18. So a lot of our firefighters are just everyday guys and girls that go to normal jobs and do this on the side just to serve their community. They don't get paid for it. And again, we don't want to show any neighbors going in. So. And that's the intersection from earlier. It's a lot quieter now. Yeah, it's not an active shooter anymore. We'll correct it if, I don't know if I can do it from the stream directly. Let's see. No. So we'll fix it once we're by the computer. But there was a shooting. It was an active shooting situation. When police arrived, they were shot upon by the home. Obviously, we don't know who or what transpired along the way. That stuff we'll find out tomorrow. And at the time for morning, there's no need to rush and get the details. If the community was at risk or if it was an active threat right now, then obviously things would be different. But the threat sounds like it's been eliminated. And they're slowly opening up more sections. You guys can see right here, they're opening this up. Something smells really good. Somebody's cooking. So you guys can see they do have crime scene tape up here, so that's obviously off limits going down. But that's the street where the fire was. We're not going to cross the tape, but we'll see what we can see from the tape. All right, never mind, actually, there isn't, but we're still not going to go until it looks, unless there's other cameras, but I'm not going to be the first. But you guys can see straight down. Oh, well, that's not, somebody's literally, there's a restaurant cooking food. No, we're not going down there. I don't want to cross. Yeah, they were talking about a restaurant cooking. But right here is, what's this intersection? We're on Baltimore and Lewis Avenue. I don't want to go down that way. Let's go up this way and see if... We're not going to go up this street, even though there's no tape. It looks like there should be tape. There's tape on the floor. So we're not going to cross the tape. Well, there's no tape, so we wouldn't be crossing it, but I'm not going to dance on a technicality when it's a situation like this. We're not trying to get some kind of a crazy shot. I can care less. It's just, if we can get close, we will. But even though there's no tape over there, there's tape on the floor, which makes me think somebody might have knocked it over. They would have cleaned it up if they were done. Oh, here are all the restaurants. That's where the smell's coming from. No, there's no, no, the shooter is believed to be dead. We have to update the title. We can't update it from here unless there's a way for a mod to do it, which I don't think there is. But we are on Penn Boulevard and Baltimore Avenue. There's a lot of seafood here. Across the street too. So let me find Hong. He just disappeared. And so the way the district attorney phrased it when I asked if there was a threat to the community, he said no. That said, if there's no threat and they are waiting to go through the aftermath, the rubbish, if they had any reason to believe there was a threat, they would have said so at the conference, or at least said we can't comment on it. Let's go up this way. Or at least said we can't comment on it. But he did. He clarified that there is no threat to the general public. Yeah, and this. But yeah, there's no threat to the general public. So, with that said, it's a safe assumption that the suspect was killed or dead from the fire. Obviously, I'm not going to say we don't know 100% because the DA said that there is no threat. So the fact that there's no threat leads you to assume that the threat was eliminated. Otherwise, he would have said, I can't comment on that, because he did make clear that he's not going to be taking questions, but he did take 2 questions, I believe, that one and another. Yeah, places around here, like these hole-in-the-wall places, usually have the best food. And the smell went for a few blocks. But we are now on the other side of this. Hold on. I heard. Let me see if he has an update. So I'm gonna walk up a little bit and let's see what we have here. And thanks everybody for the super chats earlier. You guys rock. I just haven't had a chance to go through them. And I have to call live view because we were gonna have the full setup going, but there's been some technical problems with getting a signal on that thing, which is a little bizarre because it's made for getting a signal in the middle of nowhere. We are not in the middle of nowhere. We are in the suburbs. So we'll find out what's going on with that. But again, there really aren't any other updates other than what District Attorney Stolzheimer mentioned at the news conference just a little bit ago. That being that they won't have any information for dissemination until tomorrow, which makes sense in a situation like this. It started off as a extremely hectic call, only to find out it got worse, just because it didn't pan out to become a full-blown active shooting. By definition, it came through as an active shooter, and he did shoot 2 officers, but the damage is the family, who are unaccounted for right now, and they said up to 8 people, which is that's a pretty large number. So here's the Clifton Heights Fire Department. It's like broad daylight over here. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Hush puppies. Thank you so much for that. So, let's see. I'm slowly learning the neighborhood. So this is the daycare that we passed earlier. when we were walking toward the elementary school. And there's that bus, the medic bus. Oh, okay. So is this the... No, the street is one over, so it's the street over here. Let's see. Because the bus is over here, that medical bus. And earlier they had the area sealed off. Hong's catching up real quick, and then we'll walk up a little further. And it's a really cute little neighborhood. You're right. I thought that was no. So yeah, it's the neighborhood over on that side where we're gonna head. Let's see if you can see. You can see the smoke. So you guys can see the smoke plume right through the homes over there. So straight ahead, and that's a flashing of that's a fire department. So those are lights, and then you have just smoke. And they said in the morning is when they're going to have an update and go in. They're waiting on the fire to go out. It's still going a little bit, they said. Let's go. Yeah, let's not share names and stuff in the chat. Again, guys, just remember that the family is grieving, and hold on, there might be a vantage point. Hold on, don't run. But let me see if we can see from here. But we're gonna go around the block and get a little closer. But yeah, don't drop names or addresses in the chat, because we're not the police. They'll identify him when it's time. Oh wow, okay. So that's the house. So let's go around the block. So yeah, it's still closed. There's no going this way. So you guys can see that the medic bus is still set, and this is closed off. So obviously there's no entrance from here. Let's see. Oh, the state police are here. That's the state police. That's interesting. So they've arrived. Right over here, that's a state trooper. it looks like another state trooper right here. No, that's not a state trooper. That's just an unmarked car. But again, so we're gonna go a little bit around the neighborhood. You've got Hong helping them out real quick. Let's go down that way. Let's go. So the bus is still here. The emergency services bus. And look at this. It's kind of neat. You guys can see. It's a large bus for situations like this where it can turn into a mass casualty. And we don't know what the victim count is yet. We do know that there are 6 to 8 family members that are unaccounted for right now, and police are working to locate them if they're not home. And while we were live, you guys saw that one family member returned to the home. Somebody we believe to be a family member from what they told police at the tape. They pulled up and parked at the home. But it's not going to turn into any sort of a manhunt or anything like that. If there was reason to believe that the suspect was not at the home, we would see a lot of tactical teams. You're talking about a person who tried to ambush the police. So there would be a very large tactical presence here. And we don't have that. They believe that the threat was eliminated in the fire. Like you heard, when the police arrived, they were met by gunfire, and the house caught fire from there, and it quickly engulfed the whole dwelling. I mean, it went to the home next door. It also stretched out to a car, and the fire is still going. It's a small fire, but they're still working on ensuring that it's out. It's at the smoldering kind of level right now where it's still not safe to make an entry, and they're going to be working all night long. We're not going to stay all night long. It's not something that's going to develop into anything more until tomorrow morning when we find out the who and why. That's when we'll know a little bit, but there's nothing that can really develop here unless the guy surfaced somewhere. But it just doesn't sound like that's going to happen whatsoever, which is good. We were hoping that the suspect would be dead. The last thing we want is a manhunt. Though they're exciting, they come with a lot of risk and people can get hurt. So it's good that they seem to have eliminated the threat, or he eliminated himself, I guess, and those with him. No loitering. Better go up the street. Let's see. But again, we were able to walk, I think, this entire 6 or so block perimeter. When it was fully active, we were able to still walk to the press conference. And it still is a very active scene. It's just not a tactical scene anymore. You don't need machine guns to put out a house fire. And it sounds like that's the stage they're at, where they think the suspect was killed in the fire he apparently started. Now, they didn't say how the fire started, and that's something that'll take time to investigate anyway. It's 99.99% the individual who exchanged gunfire would be the one that lit the fire. It's unusual that the police would start a fire, so I mean, that's not really a thing. Well, anymore compared to the Move bombing back in, before I was born. But this isn't a Move situation. It's a mentally unstable individual, something that we saw in Bucks County last week. It's just people stoop to the absolute lowest. Words can't really describe these situations. Just like Justin Moan, obviously 2 different situations, but they both entail killing family members, those who you turn to, or I mean, if that's your bloodline and your trust. So if you don't care about their lives, I mean, it's safe to say you don't care about the lives of strangers and your everyday people. So these are all street lights. They're just moving in. Complete stops are free. Rolling stops are $141.50. Can't say they didn't warn you. So we'll head down this way. We don't want to cross over any cones or anything. But it's rather easy to cover this on the ground. We can pretty much walk to all the little points of interest, being the news conference and then the perimeter and where authorities are staged, or were staged. They were all rather close. And I can hear my voice echoing from a car near us, which means the locals are watching as they drive by. And you can see the skyline of Philadelphia straight in between that pole, and that's Philly, the Philly skyline right ahead of us. Well, thank you, Ashley. Let's see. And it's like nothing really at all. It's almost as if it's a normal night when you get to this side of the neighborhood. It's very quiet compared to just a block over where it's lit up like broad daylight. Look, the rules are you establish a perimeter, and when he moves, you move the perimeter. Now, this isn't a manhunt, so they do have a perimeter, but it's not that kind of a perimeter. It's more so for first responders to have easy access to make sure they can get in and out without a hitch. The last thing you want is a fire truck not being able to get up the street, medic, any of that. And it sounds like a lot of the residents that live on that, not a lot, but a small handful, are concerned because they can't go home. From what I heard at the press conference, a reporter had asked, what are they going to do about those families? And there really is no guidance yet. I'm sure they'll have something set up for them. The county's not going to put them out in the street, but they're just waiting to find out when they can return to their homes if they live too close to the fire. The Red Cross would normally help out. Yeah, that's definitely. And I'm surprised I haven't seen a Red Cross truck. Usually they arrive. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty cool deck. If you're watching, you've got a pretty cool deck back there. LED lit. So if usually Red Cross is here by now. And those are spotlights. So they're going to set up more lighting, or they took, no, they didn't take the lighting down. So there's more trucks coming for lighting. Yeah, so a lot of the neighborhood has no, I mean, that neighborhood has no power. When there's a fire, I believe they shut the power off, which is why the power companies are all over the place right now. You've got Pico driving around in circles. Usually it takes them a week to get them out. So they are trying to assess the situation, and then when it's safe, turn the power back on, I would assume. But there are homes with no power, which is the least of the concern. I mean, at the end of the day, this could have, though it's a tragedy, it could have turned into something a lot more if this man, this coward, left the property. It could have become an issue. It's almost a relief when I asked the DA if there's a threat to the public, and he said no. One, it's a relief that I can sleep at a normal hour tonight, and two, it's good for the community that can go to bed knowing that something won't stem from this specific incident, other than those that have been affected already. So here's the original perimeter, I think. Let me see if that's us in front of the Duranga. Yeah. You want to see if that's the... You want to make sure that's not our guy? See if it's, you know... No. It's a Fed, so just find out. See if one of our friends are here. That way, maybe we can get a little update for you guys. Let me get off the sidewalk, or get on the sidewalk and go up a little bit. No, and those, you can't really compare any other, you can't compare an incident to Cavalcante, or even really another manhunt for, unless he escapes again. I mean, he would be the only one that can top his little stint, but other than that, I don't see anybody else being able to top that unless it's a very crazy escape again, where somebody spider walks. But what happened here, just a little recap, is hours ago, while it was late afternoon, police responded to a 911 call where they received reports of a young child who was harmed. And when they responded to the home, an individual opened fire on police, striking 2 officers, and they put it out as a active shooter situation, which it is when you're going up to a home and you're being shot upon. No? So from there, the police extracted the 2 officers who were shot. They have non-life-threatening injuries, so they're going to be okay. And the home caught fire. The home caught fire from there. So when the home caught fire, that kind of changed a lot of It went from an active shooting to a fire. The fire departments came. The fire rapidly evolved, and it hit the neighbor's house and also a car in between. And the fire is not, it's under control, but it's not put out yet. So they cannot go in and do any searching efforts. It's not going to be any search and rescue effort. It's more of a search effort for remains, to determine who was home. And I'm sure they're speaking to the family members that are alive, asking who else was home or where was so and so supposed to be. Was it, it's a little process. But what started off as a rather normal afternoon turned into a gun battle slash fire that sent a little ripple effect through the community. Because when the call first came in, it was active shooter, and until the press conference just under an hour ago, we weren't able to confirm about or confirm if the suspect was shot, or not shot, I'm sorry, if the suspect had died or if he had made it out. I asked if there's a threat to the community, and we were told no, there is no threat to the community, which makes you reasonably assume that the threat was eliminated. Otherwise, they would have said we can't comment on that, and that's just not what they said. They said that there is no threat to the community, and that's a good thing. That means you guys can go to bed knowing that this is over. And for the family, obviously, you guys are in our thoughts and our prayers. It's a sad situation all around. They were victimized by their own, who tried to take out police officers with him. So right now, it's still, let me shoot another text out and see if we have anything on a suspect other than unofficial. So yeah, we will probably do another little lap and slowly wrap it up, but we'll wrap it up as we're driving. So we'll do a little drive and recap as we leave. I don't know if we can go any. The tape is technically still there, even though it's on the ground. You want to go up and check, so I don't walk up with the camera, and then so Hong's gonna see if there's if we're able to get closer to another spot. He's gonna go check if that's a spot that we're able. But earlier when we were here, this is where we initially came. We set up here. This tape was up, and there was a fire truck parked here, an ambulance behind it. Oh, the ambulance hasn't left. So the emergency services director did move, and like we said when he got here, it was to assess the situation and see what notifications have to be made on a larger level than the county, and that is that there is no threat lingering. Right now it's just time for them to slowly make their way into the home, which can take all the way up until the morning. It's going to go through the night, and it will go into the morning. Yeah, there's a lot of ambulances on standby. You saw the bus that was used to transport a lot of first responders. And Hong just waved me over so I can get a little closer.
My kid just got shot.
Oh my God.
So that was the first time.
Recording? For YouTube, yeah.
And then the second time was, oh man, I got the footage. I got all of it.
No, don't you dare.
So you guys see that they're still.
No, I'm saying for that, for them for YouTube, like, people were actually hurt in there. It's crazy.
So, yeah.
Let's see what we have going on here. So this is the Emergency Services Mobile Center. It's like a communications command center. They can communicate with law enforcement agencies across the country. It's those things you see in movies. So there's a few of these trucks here. There's one here, there's one up the street. So the dad is Asian, it sounds like. That is rather concrete. And I just got a picture of the individual who, he does look rather angry or emotionless. Even, yeah, in his family photos, it looks like he's just not there. It's so, yeah, the suspect is an Asian male. And that's the state police right in front of this car. So you have the state troopers here. And where's the home at from here? You guys can see they have a line stretched still. And I'm gonna hold off on naming I'm gonna let the DA name the individual until there's a reason they didn't name him, obviously. And you guys can see, and I'm sure I'll be able to get the official confirmation from the DA's office in the middle of the night. I'm gonna reach out and ask them if they can elaborate. I'm gonna get an official word from them so that way I can put the name out. And look, so yeah, this is oh, that's the home. Okay, so we can see from here, literally straight ahead.
In a little bit, yeah.
So we're not sure if that's the neighbors. I'm trying to see without getting closer. So it looks like that home is sounds good. Yeah, so they're gonna back out. Alright, let me go this way. So, you guys heard earlier from the district attorney. The next update's gonna be in the morning. So now we should be able to have a better vantage point of the home. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me scroll up. Thank you, Gail. Oh, I just saw that I can heart comments. Well, isn't that something? So now you guys can see from here. We're not going to go too close because they're working. But you can see the damage on the structure. So yeah, it does look like the power is out for several of these homes, but the streetlights are on. So for those of you guys that are just getting on, earlier this afternoon, police received a 911 call for an injured 11-year-old, and when they responded, they were met with gunfire, and it turned into an active shooting situation. The officers were rushed to a nearby hospital, and from there the home caught fire. It's believed that the suspect engulfed the home with him in it, committing suicide. There are 6 to 8 family members unaccounted for right now that they are working to locate. And there are also 2 injured police officers who are in stable condition. They had non-life-threatening injuries as a result of the gunfight. When they arrived here, the last thing on their mind was a shootout. They thought they were arriving to help and aid an 11-year-old, and they were met with gunfire by an outraged individual who wanted to go out with a gunfight. Obviously, it didn't work, and when the officers were extracted from the home, it caught fire. The home is now there's a skeletal remain of the house. I'm not sure if that's the neighbor's home right here, but we'll know in a little bit. We're gonna get a little bit closer as it goes. I'm just trying to feel out the area. So here is, it does look like a neighboring home. I don't know. Somebody asked if law enforcement exchanged fire. I don't know. They weren't expecting a gunfight. I mean, not that they would expect one going, but they usually do have like a little spidey sense, I would say, where they always have their hand ready to pull their gun. But when you're here to help an 11-year-old, you're not thinking about pulling out a firearm. So I don't know the details. We'll know those finite details tomorrow. And I'm sure that they'll issue a press release as well with details rather than just the news conference. But according to the district attorney, there is no threat to the public right now, which is good. That means from as near as we can tell, the threat has been eliminated. Now you can see that they are still, you see the water. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. I just got sprayed a little bit. But you guys can see Okay. So, according to people that were watching the first news conference, it sounds like the call came in for a child shot. So, yeah, they would have had their weapons drawn. It's certainly going to be interesting to hear um, the sequence of events. Now, you guys can see that they are literally spraying. This is in Pennsylvania. It's in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and we say that the suspect is likely presumed dead because we asked the district attorney at the press conference if there is a threat to the community, and he said no, there is no threat to the community. And that's something that we heard during the Justin Moan case, when before his arrest, when we didn't know if there was a threat to the community until they confirmed there's no threat. So once they say that there's no threat, then that's a safe assumption that the suspect is likely dead. Hey Cam, how are you? Now it's 6 to 8 people unaccounted for, and we're hoping that they become accounted for, not in the home, but perhaps being out or being with friends. It's a school day, so let's hope that those victims are just unaccounted for and they become accounted for. Right now, we don't know what we don't know. All we do know is that, there are 6 to 8 people that are unaccounted for. In addition to the 2 officers who were struck by gunfire, they are doing okay. They are in stable condition. Yeah, so it looks like we could go up to the tape. Question. Am I able to go close to the tape?
No, actually, I'm getting ready to move it back because I can't have this close because of the nature of what's going on. Yeah, so at the corner, I'm going to put the tape up close.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, so we're going to hang out up here. Just so we don't have...
You got tape in the car?
Yeah.
Grab that.
All right.
You need tape? Yeah. He's got it right here. Check. This gentleman's got it.
Cool, so we're going to set up back here. Just give me a sec. I'm trying to see where they're going to set up. Let me know. Yeah. Go over here. Let these guys set up. Go back here. Just waiting for them to set up the tape so we know where they're gonna have it. And then I will get the angle, but let's wait for these guys to set up. And that's why it's always good, for those of you guys that are streamers as well, to always go up and ask officers, if they're nearby, you say, can I go to that spot? And this guy was nice enough to tell me that he's actually pushing it back. So it's good that I asked. That way we don't get in their way. And that's something you never want to do, is get in the way of something, regardless of how big or small it is. When it involves law enforcement, it's a life or death situation. So that's the new tape that they're setting up. So we know now, which is smart. That way less crowds gather. Oh, there's a coconut. Somebody's drinking coconut. Isn't that something? Yeah, it's a real coconut, guys. I think, yeah. Somebody was thirsty. Cracked open a coconut. The coconut. So yeah, they're going to be working on the house all night. And you guys heard from the district attorney about an hour ago when he discussed their plan. And the plan is rather straightforward. It's going to take time to put it out. And the search effort is going to be excruciating. They have to go through the debris. So it's going to be an all-night effort here by various first responders, firefighters, EMT officials, volunteer fire departments is what Pennsylvania is really made of. It's the backbone of Pennsylvania. Our fire departments are mostly volunteer, with the exception of, I guess, major cities and also Upper Darby, which isn't too far from here in Delaware County. But it's going to be an all-night effort to locate any potential remains and locate the family members that might not have been home that are hearing about it. So we just don't know. It's a little bit early on.
The battering ram, that's why my bushes are all messed up now, because they had the battering ram, and they took the battering ram and went right from my yard. I expect you to fix that shit.
And any local businesses or pizza shops, feel free to send pizza to the first responders. It would be, obviously, they're going to be here all night. I know pizza places and stuff close early. Not early, but given the fact that these guys are going to be here through the night, I'm sure they'll accept donations. I did see that they brought pizzas to the Borough Hall earlier, but I'm sure if food comes from an actual pizza store to the scene, that they would probably take it to one of these command trucks. You want to see if call Meech and ask him if he wants to, if he's working, if he wants to swing by, maybe bring some pizzas to the cops.
Yeah.
Call them up. We're gonna call some friends that own pizza shops and see if they're there. Let them know to bring some stuff down for these guys and girls. It's gonna be a long night. You guys can see it's straight there. So you're going to see those lights right where my fingers are pointing is where the house is. So that fire truck right there, straight ahead is where they seem to be focused on. No, don't donate to me, guys, for stuff. Don't donate as far as sending food. I'm texting people right now to see if we can get it done. I'll handle that. But feel free to call and do it on yourself too. There are a lot of agencies here, so I'm sure. Now we're in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, so I guess the closest pizzerias would be Upper Darby and Lansdowne. Did you call? Is it what?
I text, I'm gonna answer.
Yeah, we'll see. So right now we are at the intersection of I don't even. Pembroke and Lewis Avenue is where we are. Pembroke and Lewis Avenue. So that's where we are right now. And again, they said they're going to be here all night, and that's just something we're not going to be doing. There shouldn't be any other. I don't want to show any family members or victims. Just give me a sec for them to walk by. I'm not sure if it's family. So it's a neighbor. Yeah, in Pennsylvania, it's a lot of volunteer, if not all volunteer, fire departments, with the exception of the cities and some suburbs, suburban towns like Upper Darby. And Upper Darby has a paid fire department. But yeah, it's a very quiet night here. Quiet as in you can tell that they are working hard behind the scenes to bring answers, obviously, to the family and confirm how many people were in there. So we don't know anything about how the fire was started. Somebody asked, do they know? They haven't put the fire out yet. So for fire investigators to go in, they would have to obviously have a safe entry point. And right now it's just not safe to enter. Yeah, and any first responders in the chat, thank you guys. Literally, our lives are dependent on you. When stuff hits the fan and you call 911, there are first responders that are going to be at your door or wherever you are trying to rescue you or help you. And then you have people that take advantage of 911 and use it as a tool to lure the police. But we don't know exactly what happened. We don't know we just don't know everything yet. Let's hope that no children were hurt. Let's hope that that was a lure and it wasn't. Let's hope that the child is okay. That's all that matters, is that the children and the family are okay. Everything else is just material. It's obviously, you can't replace people. So we'll do a little recap as we slowly head out. We're gonna probably stick on the ground for another 20 or so and then do a little drive around before we call it a night. The community can go to bed tonight knowing that there is not a threat to their safety. Somebody opened up the road by accident. That's not good. The road's closed. Alright. Let me see. Alright, so let's do a little drive around and head out slowly, guys. As soon as I get an update or if anything happens, obviously I'm gonna take to Twitter and let you guys know, and Facebook and YouTube. We'll stay alive as we drive a little bit, but what a day it has become. We never see this stuff coming. It's not something you can really predict, and it looks like they're getting ready to shut down the roads for the night, which is, it's going to be a long job for these guys. It's going to be a long night for our firefighters and first responders and law enforcement, and even the district attorney. He's not going home to sleep until he figures out who was in the home and he's able to address the public. You ready? Stay safe, guys.
Thank you.
Cool. You know how you don't notice that your hands are frozen until you go to get in?